Hello, everyone. Gyarados and Boo Boo and Mel, welcome in. How y'all doing today? Several recipes today, but all of them are very easy, and most of them shouldn't take much more than about 30 minutes each. But we'll see. Although from the looks of it, one of them's going to cost about $10 now. Ooh. Let's see, just for the time marker, it is Saturday the 8th of February. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. I keep forgetting that it's Saturday because I actually took a day off from work, which I never do. I keep thinking it's Sunday. Hoping our microphone, yeah, microphone's picking up. Something new this weekend. Tired of us having problems with frying. Skiing last night was rough. Yeah, I saw some of it. Oh, I'm fine. I just spent a lot of time yesterday doing all the weekend things instead of doing the things that I had planned on doing. So most of my weekend stuff was already done. I do need to go buy some new shoes though. Nothing super fun or anything. I gotta buy new steel toes. Cleaning, yeah, same. I discovered that one of my plans is going to be a little more difficult than I had hoped. I was going to change the heating elements out on my water heater yesterday, but apparently they installed it about 15 degrees off center. So I can't get the heating element out. I'm going to have to take the case off. I think all they did was they just installed the shell, one screw off in the rotation. But that means I got to take all the screws out and then rotate it. Not a huge deal. But it is something that's going to take more time now. Okay. Let me go ahead and start wrapping some stuff here. This time I'm going to actually do like all of the dishes, not just some of them. been kind of skipping one or two here and there because I run out of time. But today, no, we're not doing that. Food's getting too expensive and can't afford to wait. Also started going through a lot of stuff, getting the cabinets a little more organized, and I had bought a whole bunch of containers and hadn't started using them yet. It was kind of honestly embarrassing that I let that stuff sit that long. I also found out after the fact that the salt that they put in bags for melting ice here was supposed to be the concrete safe salt. Yeah, the bags were not the concrete safe salt, so half of the skin on the most of the front end of the house has been completely eradicated. And now I have two 50-pound bags of salt that I can't use. And I've got to repair it. It's been fun. We'll take care of it. One thing after another, it'll just happen. Well, the skin coat's not that difficult to fix because the aggregate's already there. I just have to hose it off and mix up a batch of it and then just trowel it down and not walk on it for a couple of days. It's not that hard to fix. But don't use sodium chloride and apparently whatever they're labeling calcium chloride now on concrete because it will eat it. This was supposed to be magnesium. We're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. I will also note that if you look underneath the stream, there's a new link. I don't know if I'm going to maintain it or not, but we'll see. And yes, that means I have started using my YouTube, and I am just going for now to post the videos from here. I do not have the ability to edit them. Do not have the ability to cut things out or anything else. So it's just going to be the raw streams. But at least they won't expire. All right, let's get started. It's ironic, but the guy that's cooking hasn't even eaten today. So I'm kind of letting my hunger drive me a little bit. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try a recipe that I saw in passing for making basically would be something similar to like a Korean pancake. Now I'm not going to make the full Korean pancakes because there's sugar and there's flour and a few other things. So this is going to be more of a Korean omelet kind of situation. And what I had learned was that when you're working with the eggs, that if you add a little bit of rice vinegar to them, they tend to fluff up a little bit more. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take our green onions here and our garlic and our mushrooms and our eggs, and we're going to make about 4 or 5 of these. Now, for those of you that are not in the U.S., this is probably fine. For those of you that are in the U.S., let's be careful with the amount of eggs that we're using. Because I hate to say it, but this pack right now, when I bought it a couple weeks ago, was like $6. Now it's $8.95. I'm not even sure it's not even $9 now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off by cutting up everything like usual. Oh, that's right. Since I started a little bit earlier today, main point, you spend a little bit more time making sure that you keep everything nice and clean. We get everything done. Not just some of it, but all of it. Oh, we need one more bowl. Oh, let me go ahead and get a picture of this too, so I can remember what I used. Grab our camera. So I can remember what I used. All right. You can do all sorts of little variations with this if you like. Not a big deal. I also saw another technique for the garlic yesterday, which I'm going to try. But first off, let's get our onions here set up. We are not going to cut these in tiny little bits like usual. Not this time. We are going to cut up the white end of the onion. We're going to fry these in with our mushrooms. I'm not going to dice them too much, just a little. That ought to be good. Hey Dio, welcome in. Now with our onions, with the remainder of the onions, we're going to chop these into a little bit bigger chunks. Now these aren't the Japanese ones, of course, but we'll use these. And I have some more if we need them. We're cutting them into like 1.5 inch pieces. We're just going to toss those straight into the eggs. Now with our garlic, I'm going to cut the bottom. This is elephant garlic that we got last. I'm going to give it a little whack here. Skin off of it. Now instead of trying to sit here and chop it up, I'm going to try this little technique we saw yesterday. We'll see how it goes. So normally we just kind of smack it and then dice it up, right? So according to what I was seeing, we're supposed to actually be smacking it and then cutting across it like this with the back end of our knife. Now, this only works with our Chinese cleavers, which coincidentally, they were talking about how the curved ends were the much higher quality ones. This one does have a curved end in it, so you're not pressing into it a sharp edge with your finger. Yeah, that didn't work. This is probably too big to do it that way. Yeah, it is. Little ones it might work. On these bigger ones, I don't know. Yeah. And we tried. I want this nice and squished and juicy and very well diced today. Because we're not going to use, well, we're going to mix it in, again, we're going to mix it in with our mushrooms. All right, there we go. We've got our onion and our garlic for this one. I need a sink here, so I'm going to drain it. We've got chicken breast for the next one, which is going to be our primary main dish today. We're going to be doing it. I'm going to take my time and do it right. Looks like I'm getting a little feedback. Alright, next up. Let's start getting our mushrooms here. Now, these are the Bella mushrooms that I was going to use in last week's dish, but we ended up having too many already. And I definitely don't want to waste them, because these are not going to last forever, even if I tried to freeze them. I will also note that I went through the freezer, and I found that, other than a freezer-burned state, we've used up all the older meats that we had already put away. Now all I have are the vacuum packed ones, which I had made myself, so now we don't have to be in such a hurry to get rid of them. We're going to wash our mushrooms off, and we're going to trim our stems. Not going to use them this time. Oh, doing okay, Dio. Keep it cool today. Kind of literally, it got cold all of a sudden. Makes it easy. I hate to say this, but everyone should probably, and I don't care where you are, you probably should be a little bit more careful and look at what you're buying in the grocery store, because from what I'm seeing, it doesn't matter what store it is, they're having problems with quality now. I'm finding things that are bad that are not being removed. I'm finding things that are out of date, which may or may not be such a terrible thing, but if it's out of date, it also means that it's been sitting there for a long time and it's old and you don't want it. You want to try to get fresh things and clean things. Just depends on what it is. Canned goods, I would stretch. I've used a few things that have been a little too old. They were okay. But fresh things, absolutely not. Trying not to cut these too thin. I've started getting into that swing of things a little more. Almost done. That was almost an oopsie. We're going to start off with cooking these mushrooms first. We're going to do it with the chunk of garlic and the onions. We're going to put this into this little bowl, in this bigger bowl here. And we're going to put those in with our eggs when we're starting to make them. These are going to be kind of like little flat omelets. It's not really Parmesan, but it's close. How much did I make those eggs? Welcome in. These eggs were $6 and change. But I didn't buy them yet. See that yesterday, quite correct, that they are, I think, $8 now. It's not quite as bad as it appears it is some places. Since we have a lot of local farms here, it's a lot of in-state farming going on. We have a very good growing season and a lot of countryside. But welcome in. All right, so next up, we're going to go ahead and start grabbing some of these. I watched the video last night from $14. Oh my God! I had seen someone posted a picture at a store. I do not know where it was, but they were. I think it was 18 eggs were $19.76 or something, and they said that they were in California, so it was ridiculous. That's horrible. But I watched a video last night. We like to sit around and VR some and watch cooking videos to figure out what we want to do. And there was one video where they were making what they called a regular breakfast for themselves, and they used probably 30 eggs, and they made about 2 pounds of butter in it. So I can imagine how much that would cost if I tried to do it. Oh my God. I'm, however, only going to use about 4 or 5 here. I don't use eggs as much, so there is that. I don't do baking here very often because most of it is involving sugar and a lot of carbs that I'm not really allowed to have. So I tend to not use a whole ton of eggs. I will say that one of the local farmers was charging, I think it was $4.85 for a pack of 12, but that's only the local one. Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. I'm having to do things like making yogurt and other things as more of a substitute, Greek yogurt and all, because it's a little cheaper. I mean, come on. Black peppercorn has gotten through the roof too. Just a small half cup of it is like $5 now. I have to go to places that people don't normally look to get the prices down. We're going to add a little bit of salt to this. I don't know about you all, but I kind of like having a little bit of red pepper in here too, but just a little. This is a new little magnetic jar that I bought yesterday. It was kind of neat. I thought it would be better because this one I could just pop it right off, and it holds more. And I use a lot of this red chili. It has a little magnetic latch on it, which I thought was kind of neat. I haven't decided what my number 2 is yet because I've got 2 of them. Now I'm going to add a little bit of rice vinegar to this. Also like to add some thyme to my eggs. Yeah. There's all sorts of things you can add to these. This original recipe didn't even include these mushrooms over here, but I'm going to go ahead and cook these up while we're doing it. Like I said, this will be similar to Paijan, but not exactly. Alright, so I think we're about ready to go ahead and head over to the stove here. Hopefully I got my camera right. I didn't have time to check. Oh, look at that, we did pretty good. So I'm going to bring this up to about a 5, 5.5. We'll add a little bit of olive oil. We don't need it to be very hot. We're going to cook our mushrooms first. And then we'll add our mushroom mix in with our eggs while we're doing it. Mushrooms take a while to cook. Yeah, I think so too. The mushroom along with a little bit of red pepper and the green onion and the garlic, it'll be a pretty savory taste to it. A lot less likely to want to add salt and pepper and other things, but pepper's fine, but salt's the issue for me. You will constantly see me trying to find ways to get around the salt. Hello, monitor. Please turn back on. Okay, good. I don't know what just happened, but the monitor turned off. I have designated our little ceramic pan here, our little inexpensive one, for use when we're doing egg dishes only. I'm not going to use it for other things. I want it to be able to maintain its surface. And scrubbing burn things off of it won't do it. Alright, we're going to let that get nice and warm. The stove, unfortunately, has a little bit of a lean to it. I think at some point I'm going to try and figure out how to maybe get some foil and try to bolster it up a little bit so it's a little more level. Maybe some screws or something. Now, I didn't mention it. I mentioned it once already today, but for those just coming in, I am going to start posting. I can't really edit the videos, and I don't have the capability of doing it, but I am going to start posting most of these streams, just these cooking streams, over on YouTube, so we have an archive and it doesn't get lost. completely willing to post the ones that don't come out right too. Because we have to learn. The only way to learn sometimes is to make mistakes. Some recipes are better than others. I'd like to edit them down to about half an hour from now. Mostly just to, save time now. We'll see. What are we doing here? That feels about right. Wood spoon. We will try not to add any more oil right now, but we'll let them sweat out a little bit. Once they start sweating, we'll add our onion and our garlic. You might have to bring the temperature up a little bit. For those that are wondering, yeah, I'm doing the dishes at the same time. We clean as we go here. One of my goals with this recipe is to try and make it filling, more filling. Trying to use less. It's been happening, but not fast enough. Never fails. Anytime I start cooking, I'll always get my nose wet. We're going to be having a couple of Filipino type recipes here. Our next one is a kinamatsang manok, which basically means chicken and tomato soup. Pretty easy. Start to sweat a little bit. So these have been sitting in the fridge for a couple of days, so they may be getting a little dry. I think we're about ready for our onion and our garlic here. Not too much longer. Some of my spices yesterday. I think that's how we're going to call it right there. Get back to that in a minute. Now I'm not going to rinse this out. I'm just going to grab a paper towel and wipe it out real quick. Now you can use butter or oil in this case. I'm going to use a little bit of oil. Now in our eggs here, we're going to mix in our onions. Just going to straight up mix them in there. Mixing some of our mushroom here. Just gonna let that cook most of the way through. This is where your temperature is more important. If you let it go too hot, you're gonna end up burning it pretty quick. You see how it doesn't cook quite evenly? It's always a challenge. Ah, shoot. Oh well. Alright, so it's almost solidified. We're going to try and flip it. It's okay. It's structurally much thinner than I thought it would be. Nope, it's not going to put that way. Not perfect, but not bad. Try again. I made it a little too thin. Or the pan's a little big. One of the two. That's true. I should use a smaller pan, shouldn't I? Yeah, I think that's the issue. Problem is, I think that is my small pan. I've got one that's like only 4 inches, but I think I'll need it actually fine with a smaller one. This is probably too big for this. And it's missing the flour and the starch that would make it into the pancake style. More of an omelet. It still tastes fine though. About ready for this one. I broke it again. Oh well. It almost held. The mix is definitely good. I just tasted it. It is quite good. Let's make our third one. You can't really make a whole lot of these. Normally I try to make food for 5-6 days at a time, but this is not something that will hold for that long. This is only going to be good until like Tuesday at most. I don't think it's gonna make that one. Let's just use all of it. This makes it very tasty. I did just taste it. It has just a little bit of bite to it. It has more of a savory flavor, which is what I wanted. So this one works pretty well. Relatively quick. Just use a smaller pan and make it a little thicker. Sometimes it's a learning process. Let's see if we can just fold this one. Traditionally, I'd be using my stainless pan in the flexible one, but that pan has some issues. We have Korean omelet now, right? Good style omelet. I'll make a note of that. I'm gonna see if I can find myself a smaller pan. Do it. Stay together. So that didn't come out 100% right, but it's not wrong either, so that's pretty good. So we'll go ahead and get started on the next one. Not bad, not bad. These are nice and tasty, and they don't require a lot of salt and pepper. And the egg color is pretty good too. These I normally only buy the brown eggs. Buy the bleached ones. These are the cage-free and so on and so on. Okay, our next one today. This one is called Pinamatsang Manok. This is a fairly easy one. It is a Filipino dish, primarily. It's basically chicken soup, but it's a little different. So we're going to mix in a bunch of interesting ingredients along with it. So let's go ahead and get started with our ingredients for this one. First, we've got chicken I've got sitting in the sink right now where and in the bag where I was thawing it. We're not going to worry about that. Got some. I tried to find some nice tomatoes that weren't too expensive. These actually were not that much. They were only like $2. So we got ourselves some nice tomatoes, vine tomatoes. We got one that's there. We'll see if we need it. We need some. Now this calls for a Knorr chicken cube. I have chicken cubes. I don't use those. However, we do have the reduced sodium chicken bouillon, which is the same thing. So we'll get about a teaspoon or so of this. Let me check the salt. Ooh. Well, 1 teaspoon for the whole thing is fine. Because it's going to be about 4 to 5 servings. Could be a problem. We got 1 teaspoon. I'll put in a little touch. Bouillon. Now we need bok choy, chili peppers, and an onion. So I've got a nice yellow onion here. Also known, this is what is referred to in many places as a brown onion. I found that out after the fact. Got bok choy. Now, one thing I'm going to have to do a substitute on. They called for the long, green, skinny hot peppers. Couldn't find any. So we're going to use serrano peppers. Now these are a little bit on the hotter side, so don't go too ham on these. I will probably vacuum seal these later too, because we're not going to use all of them. Probably going to use about 3. Ginger. Which it calls for a good bit of. Three thumbs of ginger. So that's a lot of ginger. I'm going to assume that this is probably about the amount we need. There's a lot of ginger here. Need some garlic, water, cooking oil, and fish sauce. Now garlic garlic, it says to use about 3 small cloves. With dishes like this, I definitely prefer to use a little more. So 3 small cloves, or I'm going to, in this case, use 2 big ones. Fish sauce, I believe that's it, and our pound of chicken. Now I've got a little bit more than a pound of chicken, probably about twice that much, honestly. But that's fine. We're gonna increase the volume of this a little bit. This is a very low calorie dish. It's very high in protein. We're gonna use the Dutch oven for this one. I'm going to set our chicken on a different board. I don't like putting the chicken on our wood board. So we've got our chicken. And some fish sauce and black pepper. So as you can see, we're not adding a lot of salt to this one at all. If you want to, you can. You can add a little more chicken base if you want to as well. Fish sauce, however, does have a good bit of salt in it, so depending on how much of this you use, you need to be careful. That's why it's called for in this recipe. It is 1 tablespoon has 1,480 milligrams. That is a lot. Okay. So we're going to get a picture of that. This is a new recipe for me. We're going to use our Dutch oven for this one. Cooking time for this is not too bad. It won't take too long. We are going to end up wilting the bok choy and all here. So let's go ahead and get started and get this stuff cut up and measured, right? Almost over here. Luckily, I've got a little bit of space in here. This off, and I'll do the chicken last. Grab a couple of these. I like this little set. It reminds me more of the things that I used to have when we were growing up. This is a new set. It isn't something old. I bought it about 3 or 4 years ago. But things used to have a little personality to them. Now everything's all white and gray. I miss things that had color to them. Alright. Let me get a bigger bowl and just set these over here. We'll start off with our peppers and our garlic here. And yes, I snuck in that would be a Thai chili. I'm actually going to make 2 soups today. See, I I had mentioned that I was trying to get our variety up a little bit, but I also need to get my calories down. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make miso as well. Miso is very, very popular in the Philippines as well. So you're supposed to actually leave these peppers whole, but I'm going to stripe them. Spicy, yes. It's kind of funny, it took me a few minutes last night, but the one we were watching, talking about their cooking, oh my God, that's hot. I can smell it. Nice. This is going to be spicy. Was somebody who used to be on public TV for a long time, and I hadn't seen him in so long I couldn't recognize him. I'm glad to see he's still cooking. A lot of the greats that really pioneered cooking shows for TV are gone now. Yan Can Cook. It was a show that was on in the 70s. Yeah, that one. He was on there doing Asian dishes when nobody else was. That was the time that, Julia Child was the queen of French cuisine. But I saw a lot of these in rerun. But my parents, being World War II generation, are very biased against Asian people, of course. At least they were back then, not so much now. The media held a lot of control over that at that time. That wasn't, however, true for us. As many of you know, I tend to cook more Asian food than anything else because it's a lot healthier. Things like this. So there's our 3 peppers. And now I'm going to add our little surprise pepper. I'm going to do the same thing. We're just going to stripe it out. Do not handle these peppers without gloves. If you're not used to it, they will burn you. Just because I can straight up eat them doesn't mean you can. Now for these, I'm just going to cut them into small little bits because it's very hard to stripe them completely. I want them to float around and mix in and become part of the soup, you know? And a little knife here so we get a big one back. piece of garlic's a little smaller. We can try again. I'm sure that there's a technique to it that I just haven't practiced it, of course. Get all of our skin off. I tried it once already today, but this one's a little more flat. Well, there we go. Doesn't like elephant garlic. Oh, hey, Metnos. If it is Metnos, thank you so much for the follow. This elephant garlic is probably a little bit more dense and heavy than the little garlic is. I think I'm just going to have to practice that. Now I'm still good at doing that, so we'll do that. Yeah, he did make it look way too easy. But here again, you know, he was a professional chef on TV, doing shows in the 70s. I mean, think about that. He's been doing that for a lot longer than I've been alive. Oh, that really brought out the oil, though. I could smell that. Wow. All right, now for our vine-ripened tomatoes. We're cutting these into slices. We're not dicing them up. This doesn't go in the soup like part of the soup base. This is not part of the soup base. Ooh, these are nice. We're cutting these into wedges. Try not to force it. These are a lot better than those mutant ones we had last time. They're very, very ripe, so I'm trying not to push into them too much. Oh, what do we make? Well, we already tried to make a kind of a Korean-inspired omelet already. Those are done. Right now we're making a Filipino-style dish, which is called kinamatsang manok, which is basically just a chicken soup, but it's a little bit different from what we would make normally. I've got some doctor's appointments and other things coming up, so I need to actually behave and do what I'm supposed to do. A little more than I've been doing. The other two, one of them is going to be a miso soup, and the other one is another Filipino dish, which is involving fried peanuts, adobo peanuts. I figured if everybody was going to be doing football and everything tomorrow, I might show you a little snack that you can make. This soup's going to be pretty much a stew because I'm adding a lot more chicken and a lot more heavier ingredients to it. I love how these tomatoes don't have that core in them. We don't need to worry about it. Ginger, garlic, and chili. The oil will be inundated with an entire head of garlic, and then we will be just deep frying the peanuts. But you know what? Probably will add some chili powder to them when I pull them out. Yes. Now that you mention that, that's a good idea. The original recipe just calls for frying the garlic. That's it. I thought it was kind of funny. Relatively easy. So since this is a soup, we're not chopping these onions up to death like we normally do for other things. We're just going to cut them into these little half rings. Just kind of break them up and let them float around in the soup with the chicken. This is definitely one where we're going to have to keep adjusting the flavor a little bit, because I'm adding so much chicken and other hearty vegetables. We're going to end up doubling the amount of water, which means we're going to have to double the amount of spice just to keep the same level. Kind of breaking them up a little bit when we put them in there. Chunk of core we don't need. Fingers. Right. That looks pretty good. These will be really good like this for your soups. All right, next up is our ginger. We got a lot of ginger for this one. So what's going to end up happening is that we're going to end up browning our ginger and our garlic and our onions first in the pot. We're going to do that, and then we'll add in our water and our bouillon and some of our tomatoes and start stewing it. And then after a little while, we add the rest. Now there's two ways of doing this. You can, if you're comfortable with doing it, you can use your knife and you can just, scrape off your skin this way. Or if you want a little bit more control, grab a spoon and do the same thing. I think the spoon's a little faster, to be honest. Plus you can do a little digging here and there. Oh, this ginger is fresh. I can smell it. It's very strong. Once you get used to it, these Chinese style cleavers are probably the most useful knife you can have. They can even be used for this batter. Do not like how that looks. If you get a little bit of skin, it's not going to hurt you. All right, so there we go. We're going to chop this up into splinters. And then kind of crush it a little bit. Or we could do this and grab your little shred it, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm just going to chop it into splinters. Look at all of that. That is a lot. That is so much ginger. Oh, I hope this isn't going to make it too strong. All right. Oh. I mean, I hold that. Ooh. between the onions and the ginger, my nose is running some. Okay. Now our chicken, our bok choy. Okay. The bok choy was not looking like the greatest when I got it. Unfortunately, they only had 2, so I had to get it. It's already looking a little wilted. We're not going to cut this up into little bits. It's not going into the soup like that. It's actually pretty much going in almost whole. Just like that. I'm just trimming it down a little, that's all. Oh, I forgot, we're also doing a tofu dish today. Another tofu and broccoli stir fry. Almost completely forgot about that. It was also listed with the Filipino site. I completely forgot to mention that. I got 3 blocks of tofu today. We need tofu for the miso, and we need tofu for that. I'm going to cut a little bit of this. We'll treat it a little bit like celery. All right. Now our chicken. We've got all of our veggies prepared. I'm going to pull these off and pull the board off because I don't want to do the chicken with this stuff here. So we're going to move this. Peppers don't go in until later, so we're not actually going to fry those in the first part. This one does not take all that long to cook. You're really just cooking it to make sure the chicken is done. The veggies are going to stay relatively fresh. Let me wash this off real quick. And then we'll grab our chicken. You're going to just shred the chicken soup kind of deal, but not this one. This one we're going to do a little differently. I'm going to get my other chef's knife here. Tofu! Chicken is very wet. He added up some ice because it's been in the freezer for just a little while, just long enough. As you can see, it's still in very good shape. But this is the last of the stuff that I've got in the fridge that was done in freezer bags. I'm not going to do that anymore. Now with our chicken today, trim it. Slice it down the middle. And just cut it into chunks. Not very big ones. Just what you'd consider to be bite-sized. This is chicken breast. I normally only use this for like stir fry stuff, but thighs would be just as good, and I tend to use thighs more. Oh, there's a bone in here. All right, there we go. If I were doing any kind of other dish with this, I'd be salt and pepper and coating and doing other things, but not this one. This one is just going to be inundated with everything in the juice. That's about a pound right there. We're going to use all of it. Smoothly draining out my resources. This one's got a little bit of freezer burn on it. Not enough to worry about. Still looks just fine. Hey, Natex. How it goes? We're about ready to start on our main course this week. At least our second one. Once I'm done with this, we're going to get started. I barely got these thawed out in time. I want to kind of minimize the amount of fat going into this one because it's going to make the soup look murky. This soup's not supposed to be a cloudy kind of soup. This is relatively clean. All right, there we go. Get washed up real quick. this point moving forward, we're going to follow the recipe as much as we can, but definitely going to have to make some modifications. We've got more meat, we've got more tomato than they expected. This is going to be a very full pot. So let's get started, shall we? This is the one I told you last night, Kinamat-tasang manok, which just means chicken and tomato soup. So our first part of this, let's go over it real quick. So we're gonna saute our garlic until it's starting to change color. Then we're going to add in our onion and our ginger, and we're going to cook that until the onions start softening up. So about 4 or 5 minutes. Then we're going to add in our chicken pieces, and we're going to try to get them, somewhat cooked, just a little. Then we'll stir in about half of our tomatoes and cook that. Pour in our water, let that start to boil. Then we'll add in our seasonings, and we're going to let that boil for about 20 minutes. Then we added the rest of the tomatoes. I'm going to put in half of the peppers first and let those simmer, and then the other half when we do the second half. And then we add in whatever black pepper and fish sauce we need afterwards. So this is really a one pot kind of meal for you. So it should be pretty good. I think this one will be relatively good health-wise too. So I'm going to bring this up a little bit warmer this time. As you can see, my pot's starting to get a little old. Getting gritty. It's doing pretty well considering its age. Alright, I'm using olive oil for this. You can use whatever you like. I'd recommend olive oil. You just want to make sure that whatever oil you use, it's a neutral flavor. So, corn oil and canola and vegetable oil would all be good. Uh-oh. We're giving out the expensive hugs, huh? I wonder how that guy's doing. Probably not great. I love how easy it is to clean that pan. It doesn't even take a minute usually. Our oil's gonna start smoking here in a minute. Who is fire? What? Who is fire? I'm fire. Oh, Okay, I see what's going on. It is going to take a little bit longer to heat this one up. This pan's a lot thicker, heavier. We are going to end up having to have a break stream soon. By that I mean I'm going to have to do one where I sharpen knives again. The old knives I had to do it once a year. These newer ones I haven't had to do it. But this is just that's gonna end up being, you know, a 10,000 grit sharpening. Coming back for shenanigans. This is food. Oh boy. Boy, you all are loaded today, aren't you? Oh, since I'm doubling this, I need to double the amount of chicken seasoning. I'm gonna go ahead and get that ready. We may still have to add a little more, it just depends. I'm not using huge. Alright, so there's our little bit of smoke. We're going to start off with our garlic here. This is going to saute pretty quickly. See that? Some of it's already turning brown. Let's go ahead and get our onions in. I've got this running on kind of a medium high. We also need to add in our ginger. You know what? Putting it all in. Let's go. Ooh. That's an aroma. Oh, wow. More onion. So much onion, it's crazy. Just rubbing marinated in the meat and going, yeah, boy. More garlic instead, yeah. I agree with that one. One of them escaped. I'm going to turn the heat back just a little bit. We're down to about 6. We may need a touch more oil too. I'm thinking maybe on another paycheck sometime soon, I'll break down and get one of those higher grade Dutch ovens. It's been a long time. We may get the unnamed aforementioned French version. No, it's not. It's not bugging me now. Not my eyes, anyway. The smell is very strong, though. I do smell onion, garlic, and ginger very strongly. And now we're getting all this chicken in here. There's definitely a different way of doing it. I've never done it like this before. I don't know yet. I gotta look into it. If I were to find one in the ski place, absolutely I'd do it. But some of those newer ones I think are made in China. And I don't know how good their enameling is. Avoid the onion burn. Well, if it starts burning real bad, one of the best things you can do is just stick your face eyes wide open in the freezer. Our chicken is starting to cook a little bit. I can see it turning white. That's what we want. I would normally cover this, but you all need to see what's going on. Oh. I don't know about instantly. For me, it took a few minutes. Last time I did it. Yeah, there you go. Build up a tolerance, cut 100 onions every day for a year. Yeah, go for it. You do that. I'm tossing in some of our little surprise peppers. Our onions are nice and soft now. I think we got our timing about right. Okay. We're We're only really supposed to cook that chicken for like 2 minutes, and it's been about 5 or 6 already. So we're gonna put in about half of those tomatoes, let those cook in for a minute or two, and then we're gonna pour some water in. Now it calls for 2 cups of water. I can guarantee you 2 cups of water is not going to cover that at all. But let's see. We're probably going to need 4 for sure. I'm also going to have to bring the heat up a little bit. Because we've got a lot of mass in here now. I brought the heat up to 7. This is kind of pushing it for the stove. Spicy bits. Oh yeah, very spicy bits. 150,000 Scoville bits. We are cooking today. I'm not skipping anything. I need breakfast, I need lunch, I need dinner for most of the week. I'm gonna pack everything and do it all at once. I'm gonna go get my shoes tomorrow and we're gonna relax. I'm also gonna need to go get some more black peppercorn. I gotta get some more of those 3-ounce $1 bags. And by some, I mean a whole pound. That's something I need. We're starting to get a little bit of water in here now. That's our tomatoes. And our chicken's starting to get a little color too here and there. It isn't really going to get a lot of color because it's going to be this is a wet dish. So it is a soup after all. Here's our 2 cups of water. I told you so. Here comes 2 more cups. Oh no, we're gonna do 6. Okay, it's tripled now. There we go. I'm pushing this all the way up to high now. All right, once you get into this situation, you have got to get it close to the end of where your cooking time is to make sure your chicken's done. And you're gonna have to start tasting it to figure out your spices. You're probably gonna have to triple them. You may have to add a little bit of this and that, but this is what we gotta do. And we're supposed to add 2 teaspoons of fish sauce. I am not going to be able to add triple the amount of fish sauce. There's no way. So I'm going to have to be careful with this one. Also like to filter off some of the scum that's coming up from the fat. I'm going to grab a metal spoon and see if I can pull some of it. Remember, we haven't expired it yet, so. Not losing anything yet. This won't be perfectly clear, but it'll be good. That's gonna have to do for now. It still smells very gingery. This may be a case where we have to use a little bit of garlic powder later too. This is only supposed to cook for about 20-25 minutes. Ooh, we're getting a lot now. kind of tedious process, but if you want to get your clarity looking good, you got to do it. I'm not the best at it. All right, got our boil going. Now it's kind of collecting. All it is chicken fat. And gristle. You don't want that. I think that's it. That's good enough. We'll add a little bit of water back into what we took out. Not much, just a little. Alright, here we go. We're going to enter seasoning now. While we're stirring it, we're going to add in our fish sauce. Of course, these tomatoes are going to come apart on you. They're going to disintegrate. That's why we're not putting them all in at once. I'm going to start a timer for about 18 minutes because they've been boiling for a couple minutes already. Looking about right already. Yeah, we're gonna drink the rest of this. Ugh. That's it for the last of my energy drinks. I haven't had any in like a month. I don't want them anymore, so they're gone. Okay, if I'm going to add chili powder, the next thing we're probably going to do are these peanuts. These peanuts won't take very long. And then we'll do our broccoli stir fry, and then we'll see about the miso. If we're going to add chili powder to these peanuts, we don't want to add anything super hot at the very end. So what are we thinking? Just regular red chili powder, or should I use the Creole seasoning for it? Add a little black pepper. Alright, it's starting to get that little bit of red tinge to it. The clarity is good. It's not cloudy at all. I'm thinking Creole seasoning. It's pretty close. Creole seasoning is cayenne, black pepper, and a little bit of salt, primarily. I don't think there's anything else. Chili powder. Oh, there's a little bit of garlic powder, but it's already got garlic in it, so there you go. We could just get ourselves a big bowl and put some paper towels in there after they drain. Roll them around a little bit and shake on some seasoning as we're going. Now we still got some more tomatoes. We've got our hot pepper and our bok choy. We'll add all of those at the end, because those are not supposed to get cooked. So that means that those chilies, however hot you get them, are going to be somewhat raw. They're only going to cook for about 2 or 3 minutes. We have about 10, 12 minutes left. I may have to go back on my word on this one. We've got this soup. This soup's twice, if not 3 times what I was expecting. May not make the miso this week. We might save that one. I usually have 4 or 5 just in case. That's how we end up with a few extras here and there. Isn't that looking good? That's looking pretty good to me. Looks like our ginger just melted. Garlic too. Put an entire head of garlic anything before. We're going to do it today. Surprised it cleaned up, the clarity cleaned up so quickly. I did pull a lot of fat out. That was really not part of this recipe process. I'll be sure to note it. We are going to have to add a little more water back to it because it looks like it's about boiled down some. We'll just do it very slowly. That's honestly enough soup for me to eat for more than a week. Oopsie. Did bring the heat up a little bit. We want it to stay boiling. We don't want it to stop. My secret is that my medical eye drops are truly onion juice. Oh boy. Wow. Yeah, I'll agree with that. That's pretty hardcore. Shoot, I forgot. We still have one trumpet left. We're down to about 6 minutes. I need this burner on the stove, so I can't start the next one yet. We can, however, start prepping our tofu. Which I will do. Since this next one uses tofu in a stir fry, got the extra firm. I smelled fruity sweet and just not like a tofu. Oh yeah, by the way, that week-old tofu was not good. Yeah, okay. In the package sealed, it probably was fine, but it was not in the package sealed. Oh no, I've been using that one. I'm just going to go ahead and cut this up and then press it. Yeah, and I use it pretty frequently too. It's like a blank canvas. You can use it for just about anything. And it takes on the flavor profile of what you're making. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I've got 3 this time too, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do with 3. I am still going to make the miso, just not today, I don't think, because we got too much as it is. We'll just do it next week, I guess. I'm not going to open it, so. Got about 2 to 3 minutes left. I'm going to go ahead and see about our seasoning. Ooh, that got some kick to it. It does taste a little bit weak. It's got some both. It's got both kick and kind of a. I'm missing a little bit of salt flavor to it. Even if I'm saying it, then it's probably not enough. We'll add a little bit. Gonna add about a half a teaspoon of our chicken flavoring. I can definitely taste that hot pepper I put in there. I'm surprised that it blended in so quickly. That's better, but it definitely does need a little bit of fish sauce. I'm going to add just a touch. Yep, there we go. Okay. You probably, if you're making this, are going to want to add a little more. I am going to have to finish adding a little more water too. because we're about to add our tomatoes and our bok choy and our peppers. There may still not be enough room in here. Oh, we gotta hydrate it. I'm gonna have to get a new one. Just dumped out the last of that nasty can of old energy drink. Let's see. I'm having fun today. Let's have some pineapple passion fruit. I do not taste the pineapple in this. Mostly tastes like water. Alright, that was our alarm. Here come the rest of the tomatoes. And our peppers. In the end, the peppers are probably going to end up getting removed if you're doing it, for yourself. I'm leaving them in. And I would wait a minute until that gets back up to boiling to put in the bok choy. We'll let that cook for about 2 minutes and then we'll add the bok choy. I'm going to try again here soon. I am definitely going to try to get to the point where I can comfortably do these fried noodles properly. I'm kind of annoyed that I've messed it up twice already. Now for our tofu and broccoli stir fry, we're going to need a carrot and a purple onion, garlic, ginger. I'm going to use the garlic ginger paste for this one. Some oyster sauce and a little bit of cooking oil in our tofu. It's not very difficult. I'm, however, going to do a little bit more of a Chinese style for this one. I'm going to use the seasoning they're calling for to keep it as close to the original. But I am going to coat our tofu with some cornstarch and pepper and a little bit of red cayenne. Hey, Carrot, what's on the menu today? You need a meat. So we've already made some. I made a kind of a hybrid paijong, which is like a Korean pancake, but in this case I didn't use the pancake mixes because of the starch and salt. So it more or less turned into omelets. We're currently working on a recipe called. I have to keep checking my notes so I can pronounce it. Kinamata sang manok, which is a Filipino recipe for, this is a chicken and tomato soup kind of deal. We're getting ready to make some deep fried adobo peanuts, and we're going to make some tofu and broccoli stir fry as well. All of which were kind of based on a recipe from the Philippines. Now I just put in our tomatoes. Our tomatoes cooked for 2 minutes. I'm going to put in our bok choy now. And this is only going to cook for about 1.5 minutes. Because this will wilt very, very quickly once you get it in here. This is a very colorful and tasty recipe. I added a few extra things here and there. I added a little bit of spicy stuff. Also, give me all your tofu immediately. I'm just lurking a bit while waiting on the laundry. Oh, okay. Beginner baker. Got all 4 cookie recipes. Got all the 4 basic cookie recipes memorized? Yeah. Good. We need some bakers. I'm only the main course guy and the sous chef. That tofu tax is getting ridiculously high. Oh no, I hope that's not affected. Oh no, you had to bring that up, didn't you? Turnips. The tofu tax. Turnips, why did you bring that up? I really hope all the tofu I've been buying is made here. Uh-oh. You see how thick that is? That's pretty heavy. This is already a stew now. And there we go. It's done. Okay, let's switch back. Salami slice is basically a cookie shape. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. So let's pull back for just a minute before I start doing that one. You can see this in the better light. Our clarity is pretty good. There's still a little bit in there. But this is going to have nice rich flavor to it without being overpowering. It's got a little bit of fish sauce in it. Our other tomatoes disintegrated. These are just kind of steamed. They're a little bit stewed, but not too bad. We've got our bok choy and our chicken broth and our fish sauce. Jen, hello, welcome in. Hey DH, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. My gosh, you ran a long time today. Love yourself, be yourself. I actually did not see the whole thing. I don't remember what the game was. Let me see here. Oh. I mixed 2 commands. And we got a broken link. Okay. Hello, cruel world. Oh, okay, that's right. Well, welcome in, everybody. We're down about halfway through today. How are you all doing? It's cold here. Time to put on pants. Gotcha. So we just finished our first Filipino dish. This is our kinamatsang manok, which is our soup for all the raiders coming in. This ended up like the last one. We had about 3 times as much as I expected. So I'm not going to make the tofu and miso soup. So I'm going to set this over on the side and let it sit. We're going to get started on our last one, or last two. Lid go. Oh, there it is. One of them won't take very long. Neither one of them will, really. So our next one is our tofu and broccoli stir fry. Yeah, you can stop the clips if you use the right, which depending on the bot you're using. Jindal taught me that one. Which one are we using? I forgot. It was Rainmaker, so it's been called Exola now, I believe. I think it's the Exola bot. Right, so we've got our broccoli. We need an onion for this one. I'm gonna pull all the little chunks of onion I've got in the fridge because we used them last week. Yeah, I've got like an entire onion cut in half in the fridge. So we're gonna use this. There we go. Good, no wastage. And we are going to need some minced ginger and minced garlic. So for this one, in this case, I am going to cheat just a little bit. You know what? No, we'll use it. We'll use it. I was thinking I could just use the garlic ginger paste, but we actually do have to fry it, so we'll just yank out our big chunk of ginger that we got left. We got a big one. And chunks of garlic left. Need some oyster sauce and salt and pepper and some cornstarch in this case. Get a couple of things cleaned up here real quick. Oh yeah, that's right. Cornstarch. And oyster sauce, oyster flavored sauce. And in this case, I'm going to use a little bit of Creole seasoning, which is just pepper, salt, and cayenne. And our carrot. Judging by the amount of tofu that we got and the amount of broccoli we got, I'm going to use 2. Maybe 3, because these are pretty small. And this is always how I get in trouble, right? Alright, so let me get a picture of this one before we get started.
You don't make up for yourself.
Is this recipe maybe better than the last one that we tried with this?
Do it
Never
in
know.
the streets.
It's always good to have backup and remember what you did.
The rest is bullshit and you know it.
Alright, so here's what we're doing different. In this case, it wanted me to just cook the tofu straight up and fry it out, and that is going to be very bland if we do that. So we're not going to do that. We are going to at least coat it a little bit with our seasoning over here. But we'll do that in a few minutes. I'm going to move that tofu over to a plate. We'll do the shake seasoning here in a little bit. I also wanted to flip it over and hit it with a paper towel one time. I've already pressed it and dried it a couple of times, but it's still a little bit moist. Especially on the bottom. That's why I'm flipping it over. So we're just going to dry that down with the towel I was using. There we go. We'll set this aside for a few minutes and then we'll do our seasoning for it. Most of our recipes today are pretty much vegetarian. That is true. I'm trying to cut down on the salt and everything, so gotta watch what we're doing. Oh, if we got a head jail, I'll wait a minute. Mainly because I haven't sat down but once. We'll give it about a minute or so. I'm going to try to cook our onion with this one and keep it a little bit on the crisp side. Purple onion is a salad onion anyway, as they call it here. So if we just cook them until they're just slightly done, then they'll have a little bit more punch to them. All right, we're back. Those occasional breaks give me a minute to sit down, so I'm not going to complain too much, but I am sorry that you have to put up with them. All right. Feed ad revenue. Good. So we're going to start off with our garlic, like before. A little smash. cut it up too fine, it's basically going to vanish anyway. And if we have a little chunk here and there, it'll be tasty. Now we got to switch back to our regular garlic. Let's see if we can do the smash and grab technique on this one. Nope. How is he doing that? I cannot crush it for anything like that. Oh. Natex just now getting the first. Oh well. Alright, so there's our garlic. Now, get our ginger. Now, the amount of ginger for this one is about a teaspoon, so we don't need a ton. Probably about this thumb right here ought to be more than enough. I'll use a little extra. Mainly because I'm thinking I'm going to add more broccoli too. For this one, I'm just pulling off to the side, grabbing a spoon. There we go. Big root. Now we do have a bit of a chunk here, which is from the from one branch or something that broke off. So I gotta get that out. I'm trying to cut this relatively thin. That is a lot more than a teaspoon. That is a lot more than a teaspoon. We may end up with a little bit too much in there, but we'll see. All right. Next up. We'll do our little reminder on how to cut broccoli so that it doesn't disintegrate. Let me rinse this one off. We need about 3 to 4 cups. This looks nice and clean. Now, what you want to do, as I've mentioned this a couple of times, is you want to cut this close to the floret underneath, but you don't want to cut them in half from the top. In this case, we're not gonna fry in our stems. That's for other types of recipes. This one's just about the heads. Whoops. Now you see that it broke apart right there because I cut into one of them. You don't want to do that if you can avoid it. All right, so I just cut them down from the stems. You got an upset stomach? Very slim slice of ginger root. Oh yeah, that will help. Ginger has been used as a medicinal for a long time. Now when you cut these, you want to cut these down a little bit. You don't cut them from the top. Everybody tries to do this. Don't do that. Just cut into the stem and just pull them apart. See? It doesn't disintegrate. Like that. Yeah. They don't disintegrate when you do that. Ah! Hit the back of the knife twice. I don't want to cut them too small, but these are going in for the fry. And that is not 3 cups, so we are definitely going to have to pull out the other head that I've got. That's fine. Oops. See, I cut into it and it started coming apart. This knife is extremely sharp. I have to be very careful about the amount of pressure I put on it. That's why I'm rocking it instead of just digging into it. I'm pushing from the bottom up, not from the top down. That's about 1.5 cups to 2 cups. So we'll go ahead and use the other one. This, of course, the bean is where I'm measuring it incorrectly and I'm eyeballing it wrong. And we're going to have too much, and that is fine. In this case, it's fine because I'm going to try both of them for my dinner tonight since I haven't eaten today. Been very busy. I don't need to eat all the time. Iceberg lettuce is kind of sad. It doesn't really do much for you. It's almost entirely water. Yeah, you gotta get things like butter lettuce or something like that. Alright, take the heads off, little florets, same thing, just rocking it in there, and then peeling them apart. We have a thing here locally where a lot of the farmers have gotten these package containers, which are have little wells in the bottom of them, and they put the butter lettuce and all, whatever kind of lettuce it is, down in those wells with the roots still on them. And it ends up that you can keep that lettuce, as long as you can keep it wet in the bottom on the roots, you can keep it alive for, I've had it go as much as 4.5 weeks, 5 weeks. And I definitely prefer using those. They're about $1 more. Okay, there we go. So now we've got our broccoli ready. We have probably a little more than we needed. Something. Whoever did the original recipe notes for this told us to use a carrot and then didn't include the carrot in the recipe notes. Good job, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut these down into little matchsticks. You could probably buy matchsticks if you want. I do wish that a lot of these recipes would, actually tell us how much we need. Like, you need 6 ounces, half a cup, Life grows our own rosemary and green onion in our kitchen windows. Yep. Unfortunately, in my case, however, none of my windows face the right direction. I have a mountain behind the one that does. And everything I've tried to do that with, unfortunately, seems to die very quickly. I've tried to do it a couple of times. I wish it would work. I've got 4 different kinds of basil seeds over here that I would love to use. Because I've even got holy basil seed. And holy basil is hard to get. Every time I do it, they just die. I don't know if I'm watering them too much or watering them not enough. I don't know. Probably they're not getting enough light. Your lemon trees won't grow lemons. Very small carrot. I don't think we need 2. Up for herbs here, so that cat won't eat them. I'm surprised that I would be surprised if they would, because most cats don't like the smell of herbs. Except for catnip, of course. Mine always turn their nose up at things like rosemary and thyme. Some cats have fewer brain cells. Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right. All right. We may only need that half an onion there. I don't think we need the whole thing. That's plenty. Whew. All right, we've got our veggies. Now we need to coat our tofu. Now, again, this recipe this recipe here just calls for you to fry the tofu straight up. And we're going to do that, but we're going to do a little bit of a coating first. Now, our oyster sauce, in this case, we're going to need about 2 tablespoons of oyster sauce. This literally is only oyster sauce in this case. I know a lot of Chinese recipes, it's oyster sauce plus sugar plus dark soy plus light soy, and so on and so on. But we're not doing it this time. Money tree is different. If I remember right, don't most of your citrus trees and all still take about 5 years to actually grow anything? It's kind of like my grapes took about 5 to 6 years before they started producing. The grapes are still alive, but here again, so are the all the weeds and everything else back there, so I have to do something about that here this year. Alright, that is 2 tablespoons. Alright, there's our oyster sauce. My mom used to have a money tree. I remember those. Had those little round discs with the white pearlescent appearance to them. Alright, so here's how we're going to be lazy about our tofu. I'm going to get our cornstarch here. And I suppose you could use potato starch if you have that instead. Cornstarch is much more common and it's cheaper if you're concerned about it. Yeah, money tree doesn't do anything. Let me get about 2 or 3 tablespoons in here. Probably more than that. Yeah, I think it's going to take more than that. Alright, so we got about 4 tablespoons of cornstarch in here. Probably going to end up being more, but we'll see. Just kind of judging it. In this case, I'm going to put in that's about a half a teaspoon. And that's about 1 teaspoon of our Creole seasoning. Just going to kind of mix it in there. The old shake and bake routine, right? That does not look like enough. I'm not going to dump that much more in there. What we'll do is we'll add just the straight cayenne. That's a little more than a teaspoon. Don't worry, it doesn't make it spicy. It makes it just have a little bit more flavor profile. It won't make it spicy over that much. See, it disappears. We're just going to drop our tofu down in here. Kind of mix it in. Pull them out. You got to shake them off a little bit. I'm going to drop a few more in there. Needs to feed off of someone else's money tree to produce anything. I don't know about that. Ah, shoot. A couple of them stuck together. This is working pretty nicely. I think we could probably drop a little bit more in there. Just make sure they're separated. All I'm really doing is just shaking it a little bit and rolling them around with my bottom hand. Might not have enough seasoning here. Let's see. Nope, it's almost all gone. Yeah, it's more. So it takes about 6 or 7 tablespoons of cornstarch to do an entire brick, and about a teaspoon and a half of Creole. And about a tablespoon of cayenne. I'm only mentioning that for myself, so I have notes on it. There we go. Ah! Well, we just had a casualty. Yeah. Oh well. Tiny cubes? Yeah. They're not coated heavily. It's soaking in. You can see where the tofu's showing through on some of them. I'm just adding a little bit. Getting it all over me too. Yeah, cube went overboard. The Floor Food Kingdom claims another. I'm just going to sprinkle the remaining over the ones that are exposed here. Shake them off as we're tossing them around. And there you go. Put it all over yourself, though. Be ready for that. Alright, so here's our process. We're going to heat up our wok in this case and put in about 4 to 6 tablespoons of cooking oil. You're going to need more oil than normal. We're going to wait until that oil starts smoking a little bit. I'm going to use vegetable oil this time, or peanut oil, one of the two. And we're going to drop in the tofu and get it crisp. It's going to take about 8 or 10 minutes. And then we're going to set those aside, and we're going to use up the rest of the oil that we didn't use the first time, and saute our garlic, our ginger, and our onion. Add in our tofu and our oyster sauce, and then add in our broccoli. And I didn't mention the carrots, but the carrots are going to go in there with the broccoli. So that's what we're going to do. There's going to be a lot of ginger in this one. You want to pour them? Oh boy, here we go. So what I'm going to use our big block, flat bottom. I'm going to get it up to kind of medium high. Yeah, we're almost out of peanut oil. We'll use that because I'm not going to buy any more. We'll try to avoid the seed oils a little bit. So during the week, I do try to do some gaming streams, but it's not the usual overwatching things. It's usually the puzzle games or RTSs, and I'm one of the few that do RTSs. Recently, I just picked up a couple of art-based puzzle games, and we're working on those. I can only do a little bit, here and there after work. I have done a few cooking streams during the week. It's not very often, though. I'm working about 45, 50 hours a week, so. Just kind of chill stuff, I have tried to do some art streams. I'm not the greatest at it, but I'm not bad either. We may do a few more of those. May also work on a few other things too. I got to do some repairs, some computer builds, and other things. So I tend to do those too. A lot of people like to ask questions about those. oil's getting very hot, so let's make sure we get our coating good here. So we got a pretty decent coat here. Watch what you're doing, be careful. There we go. Now we're just going to let them sit. You got to resist the urge to sit and stir them all the time. I'm going to try to do it the right way today. I will not do this with a spatula. Shoot, we forgot about the 17-inch chopsticks. For those that are listening, they know what I'm talking about. That are usually with us at night. Yeah, this is the flat bottom wok. It was a very inexpensive one. I've been kind of on the side testing out things that I find in the stores that are cheap, just to see how cheap and whether they're actually good or not. Turns out some of them are actually quite good. This wok, initially I was going to reject it because it burned off the quote-unquote seasoning that it had. What it was paint. I burned it off and then I sealed it up with actual oil. And now it works fine. So for $8, not bad. Yeah, I don't like that either. I have a lot of black iron here, and I haven't used it in a little while, but I need to. But I prefer using the black iron and the wok and the stainless. Matter of fact, these chopsticks I'm getting ready to start using here in a minute are also stainless. Uh-oh. Got a little too hot. Oh boy. Dang it. One time I don't go crazy with it. Got too hot. Well, one thing nice about it, it's tofu, we just slice it off. Some of them got scorched. That's fine. Ribeye stream dinner. Oh, steam dinner. We still got one more to do today. And this one won't take very long, I don't think. I'd like to give y'all some ideas, one idea anyway, at least from the Philippines for game day. Okay. We'll see you later. Shoot. Grab a bowl, pull out the ones that are mostly done. It was a little too hot when it started. Yeah, it was a little too hot. As you can see, I don't even use metal on this, even though I know I can. Really, we only torched a couple of them. Not bad. Okay, we'll be done here in a second with this one. Back from ads. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was ads going on. I can't see them from over at the stove. All right. Let me do a quick wipe here. Not too much of an issue. From the onion. And our carrots. And our garlic. And our ginger. All right, so that's it for a minute or two. Next up, we're going to toss our tofu back in, add our sauce. You don't, I mean, slightly squirted. It was a little hot. It happened. They just have a little personality. They look fine. Yeah, I meant the veggies, yeah. All right, cubes back in. Our oyster sauce. And our rock. That's looking pretty good. No, it's just a little color. All right, we'll let that cook for a couple minutes. Looking pretty good. Three more minutes. Actually, I don't think we even need that long. Don't think I used enough oil. I keep forgetting that wok consumes a lot of oil. But I think we came out pretty well here. Looks good to me. Okay, let me set this one on the side. We got one more to do. For this one, we're going to do something that I don't normally do. Just got to get forward here so you all can see what we're doing. Got to use a heavy cord for this because it's a fryer. I came prepared today. Currently set to off. I don't know about this magnetically coupled bit, but let's see. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take some raw garlic and we're going to cook the entire thing in this oil that we're about to add. And then we're going to fry some peanuts, raw peanuts. This is called adobang mani. So we're going to cook about 2 pounds of raw shelled peanuts with or without the skin. In this case, it does have some. We're going to use 1 head of garlic clove without the skin on it. A couple of teaspoons of salt, which we're not going to do. I'll do that afterwards. And then we'll add some cayenne pepper to it. So for this one, we're going to need some oil first. Okay, I do not like this magnetic coupler. It's way too easy to pull it off. This is oil that I've used once for cooking previously. Ran it through the filters. Didn't quite get all of it, but it's close. Now, before I start this up, let's be mindful of the fact that deep frying is a little dangerous, so be careful. All right. You want to keep your lid on it while you're cooking as much as possible. So let's start off with our garlic here. This is an easy one. Sort. Two things for this. Just a couple bags of raw peanuts. As it says. That's it. What I'm going to do, though, a couple of differences here. I'm trying to make sure this steak get dried off. Quote unquote dried off. So we're going to take a big bowl here, put a paper towel down the bottom of it. We're going to start heating this oil up. There's the mark on it. I'm aiming for 350. So while that's warming up, we're going to get this garlic cleaned up and skinned. Never tried to do this whole before. All right. That ought to make it a little easier. We're making some very heavy garlic oil here. Honey? Sure. I've made plenty of stuff with honey. Now we don't want to completely smash these. We don't want to crush them. We're not chopping it up. We want to keep them as whole as possible, so I'm trying not to destroy them. But we don't want any skin. Not even a little bit. That's whole. This is our last one for today. Do groceries tonight. Okay. We'll see you later, Ernos. We'll catch you later tonight if you're on. I keep thinking that you're 4 hours ahead of us. So far, so good. Most of them have stayed intact. Trying to hit them a little more gently so they don't break too much. I know I've seen a couple of people before like punch down on them and skin them instantly, but I don't know about trying that. We are going to have a big old thing of garlic oil after this. Okay, I definitely do not like this magnetic coupler. All right, there we go. We got a whole head of garlic, skinned, not crushed too much, ready to go. Let me check on the oil temperature here. Oh wait, light's still on? Yeah. Let me grab my thermometer. I've never tried this before. All right, so about 230 to 240. We got a little ways to go. That heated up much faster than I thought it would. I think we're going to go a little higher. It's about 375. Foosball game, got food prepping over here, nothing fancy, just oven pizza. I want to try these. These look like they're going to be good. I had a tough time finding a good number of recipes that I could actually make. We're probably going to fry these in 2 batches. Because believe it or not, if you've ever looked at Filipino recipes before, a very large chunk of them involve hot dogs. They love hot dogs, and I don't. So it's very, very bad for me. Where are my notes? Okay. Now our garlic. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it because we're going to fry it, but it's not going to go bad. So we might just end up using it again. I don't know. Use it for something else. The soup is still very, very hot. Love using those. Okay, temperature light is off. Let's see what the reality is. $300. All right, so it's running a little behind, a little low. We'll just crank it all the way up. You need to be at a minimum of 350. Normally don't go for it, but you'll eat them. Okay, so the problem with hot dogs is there's a ton of nitrates and salt in them. I like hot dogs, but I can't have them. And the nitrates are bad with my meds. Yeah, it's nothing else other than just because I'm not allowed to have them, really. There's a lot of things I'm not allowed to have. Very likely I will eat a little bit of this, and then this is going to go to work. I made a Japanese cheesecake here one time. I very, very rarely do desserts. And I ate one piece of it, and it immediately went to work. Oh my goodness, does that smell good? I'll pull that a little bit less than being under the camera. Yeah, I can't have bacon and lunch meats and things like that. It's the nitrates and the salt. I had a few all-time record blood pressure readings when I first started discovering the problem. Now it's mostly under control. It has drifted a little. I will use, last week I did use some bacon, but you know, I was restricting it to like one piece per meal that I was eating, so it was not that bad. I have used turkey bacon pretty frequently. People don't like it. All right, we're almost there. Look at that. Look at that garlic. Oh, look at that. All we're really doing here is infusing this oil with the garlic. Oh. I don't mind using turkey bacon. I got used to it. But if a particular recipe calls for regular bacon and there's not a lot of it involved, then I will go ahead and use it. Ugh, I need a new mic. I need a new stand for this camera. Falling apart. Okay, how much more? No, we can still cook it a little more. That kind of thing right there is exactly why I would prefer to use this over cooking it on the stove now. Those types of explosions like that, it'll splatter all over you and burn the holy living hell out of you. You all would not believe how nice that smell is. All right, we're about there. It looks pretty well browned. Looks like little potatoes. Brown horchata? No, I don't think so. Now I'm just kind of mixing the oil up a little bit. Oh, that smells so good. We're gonna let that sit for a second and drain. So now we've got some very garlic infused oil here. Pretty simple. Now I'm going to put in our peanut. I think we're going to do this in 4 batches now that I look at it. You especially want to be careful of anything that's wet. Anything with water in it is going to cause the oil to splatter. Oh gosh, this takes like 10 minutes. Let me, let's go ahead and just stir in 1 whole bag here. I'll do the other bag after stirring. I will probably in the future be using this to, well, we haven't done any sushi streams in a while. I might have lost my touch. Probably time to do another one, huh? We'll use this for doing all sorts of things in the future. Tell you another thing I want to do right now. I want to season up some fries and drop it into this oil too. Talk about garlic fries. Oh my gosh. I'm just stirring them around a little bit while we do this. See, there you go. Garlic infused oil, a little bit of spicy stuff. Hey Shiny, welcome in. How are you doing today? We're doing our little snack experiment here. Or if you can make a show pastry dough quickly, something like donut holes would work with garlic oil. Interesting. Doing pretty well. Cut into fries, or fries you're going to dip into that oil. You know, you could do both, Natex, but I usually do everything from scratch. We are working on a little thing called adobang mani. It is a Filipino recipe for basically adobo peanuts. This is a snack recipe. We've already done some Korean-inspired omelets earlier. We've made some tofu and broccoli stir-fry, and we have a big old pot of I need my notes. Kinabatsang manok, which is a chicken soup recipe with tomato. I'll be bringing all that back here in a few minutes. We'll put everything down for the final run. Right now, we're cooking those raw peanuts. I'm just kind of stirring them around a little bit here. These have got to cook for about another 5-6 minutes. Maybe a little longer because it looks like this heating element is not quite hot enough. Which is fine. It's not been used yet. This is brand new. I used to have one of these, one of the old ones. We just finished, before we put the peanuts in, we just fried in a whole lot of garlic. It smells great. I'm probably going to cook one more bag of them here, about 2 pounds total. But I'll do that after stream, because I'm running up against my limit tonight. The word for today is definitely garlic. We've gone through 2 entire heads of garlic. Oh, it smells great. Here's while you're looking at that. Here's the stir fry we just finished a few minutes ago, and then our pachong inspired omelets here. I can't really bring the pot over here for the other one. We'll get it in a few minutes. I do a lot of food prep, so when I do these recipes, I do them for the whole week. Those do look like they're changing color, so I guess they're almost done. I swear I'm going to bite one of these garlics. Bits of garlic. Oh, those are good. Cook twice a week? Yeah. No, I said I just ate about half of that garlic we fried. I hope nobody wants to give me a kiss tonight. I love how they're simmering slowly now. Oh yeah, almost done. I've been doing this cooking stream now for about 3 years. We're coming up on our 4th stream anniversary in about 2 weeks. Oh, welcome back. Same here, cook twice a week, yeah. These supposed to be getting weight control and everything else out of it, but I'm not quite getting there. I think that's it. I'm gonna stop right there. Oh, yeah. The alarm's going off in about 10 seconds. Hey, Hanyo, welcome in. Hello. La Brea Tar Pit Special. Nope. These are adobo peanuts. Thank you so much for the resub at 39 months, Hanyo. Wow. That's 3 years and 3 months now. Wow. All right. For the standard run on these, we would be just sprinkling these with a little bit of salt. However, someone earlier mentioned maybe putting in a little bit of pepper and a little bit of chili. So you know what? That's what we're going to do. I'm going to let this drip out. Because I've still got one more batch to do, which I'll do after the stream here. Actually, I'll probably just let them go ahead and cook now while I'm cleaning these up. Probably gonna take 10 minutes anyway. All right, so there are our fried peanuts. I'm gonna very gently sprinkle a little bit of the seasoning. Wow. Just a little. Roll them around until they get a little bit, coated and dried off a little. And there's a pound of adobo peanuts. They're very hot. Yeah, that's what I thought. I got 8 minutes left, so we'll just go ahead and do it. I am going to turn the heat back just a little bit. Remember, these have the skin on them, so what you're seeing is the skin. Right, so the soup for our final take tonight. Probably gonna need another plate too. Just a big bowl. I've used a lot of bowls tonight, huh? Just use our glass one. There we go. Those are still hot as hell. But you can see that rolling them around was pretty effective. It didn't leave much oil. I think with this one we'll just use a little chili. A little salt, a little chili. Try 2 varieties. These cook for about 8 to 10 minutes. First one went 10. I think I'm probably going to go a little less. I do have to say I prefer frying this way. I don't like filling up the wok and having it splattering everywhere all over the stove and the wall. Much better. Heck, we could try doing some things like blooming onions now, huh? Axel, hello, welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Theo, you there? You see boiling? Yeah. You see us frying adobo peanuts. My one and only snack that I've done recently. Hey, Axel, hello. Thank you, Theo. How are you all doing today?
So good. I love truffle.
Here's the first batch. These are adobo. This is a Filipino recipe.
Yeah, you might want to leave. You guys might want to leave. You guys might want to. Oh, it's inside! It's inside, Rudy! Oh no! No! It's inside! Oh my gosh! Oh no! Trax is dead!
Oh, that was nice.
Hi, I'm HR.
HR, what is your
Hello, welcome in everybody. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in, Axel. Really appreciate it tonight. We're right at the end of the stream here. You got here with all the food already done. This was the last bit here, was doing this these peanuts. I really appreciate you bringing everybody in. Glad to see everybody. Now, we've done some Korean-inspired omelets tonight. We've done some broccoli and tofu stir fry, and we also made some basically tomato and chicken soup, all of which were recipes coming from the Philippines. And this last one here is the same thing. This is a recipe here for adobo, garlic adobo peanuts. We're literally frying raw peanuts right now. After seeing this, you're really hungry. Well, you don't have to hang around. Get something to eat. I don't think you can get here in time though, so go find something else. It's been a pretty decent run tonight. We've learned a few things here and there, and I'm really liking how this is going. We're just going to keep an eye on the color here. I brought the temperature down just a hair. It looks like it did a little better. We're still going to need about 10 minutes, so we've got about 2 minutes left. Now, I thought I'd show everybody a little idea for doing snacks which didn't involve a ton of salt. Oh! Let me think. Oh, what was I telling earlier today? Oh yeah, I wish my girlfriend would stop accusing me of cheating. She's starting to sound like my wife. Hey, welcome in. Well, oh, shiny. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of riddled with the old jokes. These taste really nice. This batch over here, the one that you're seeing me stitching out of, we seasoned it with Cajun seasoning. So it's got a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and a little bit of cayenne. I'm just kind of rolling it around a little bit. It does look like we have to kind of keep it at a much higher temperature though. That's fine. I used peanut oil for this too, so there you go. We're going to do the same thing again. We'll pull them out, let them sit and drain for a minute. Be right on. I'm going to turn the heat off. This new model here has got a magnetic coupler on the plug. I don't know how much I like that because it came off twice already. This is the first time I've used it, so. But for the most part, the model's not changed in 30 or 40 or 50 years. I hate having to think of the 70s as being 50 years ago. But yay, it is. These are a little lighter. We brought the temperature up a little for this one. Or down a little for this one. The skins on those got a little darker. These will probably darken up here in a minute too. Just finish dripping off all the oil that we can. Drop them in the bowl here. I'll pull the pot off and we'll set it over on the side. Watch your fingers. So for this one, we're going to do it a little different. We're not going to put the pepper in, but we're going to add a little bit of our regular run-of-the-mill, inexpensive red chili powder. But we're going to use a little more of it. And some salt. Just going to roll these around. I'm really just doing like this. See how it's sucking up the oil? And these can be seasoned to your taste. Just be sure you roll them around a lot. See? Now they're starting to have the same color. I guess it was the chili powder. So there's an idea for you if you don't want to overload on too much spice or commercial flavorings. Then we've got our very clean Filipino soup here with our bok choy. And we've got our tofu stir fry here. You see through that paper towel? So that's the window to weight gain? Yeah, I know. That's why I made sure I did drain them very thoroughly. And here is our Pigeon inspired omelets here. I know it's kind of hard to tell the difference between them, but there's 3 of them on here. So that's where we are tonight. We've got enough food for the week by far. I've got an entire Dutch oven full of our soup here. And this soup is only like 300 calories per serving. So this is definitely a very good item for you. A lot of protein. This is also a lot of protein, and this is only about 200 calories. This is a little more, and these, of course, are basically just peanuts with a little bit of oil on them. So however much that is, it is. So, for those that are here, that are, have not been here before, or those that have, we do have a Discord. You're welcome to join if you wish to do so. I do post all of the recipes in the Discord when I get around to making them all. I don't always do it very quickly, but I try. I do post notifications and other things. There's not a lot of activity, so it isn't a very loud Discord if you want to use it. Just let us know you're there, and we'll be glad to add you in. We've got several mods and several administrators, so it might take a little while, but it won't take long. I did start last night doing something that I'd sworn I wouldn't do, but I did do it. And that is that I started posting some of my old cooking shows on YouTube. So I do now have a YouTube channel. It is marked underneath the stream here. I've only uploaded about 6 or 7 of them, and I do not have the ability to edit. So when I post these, they are going to be the raw streams front to back. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. You never know. You gotta try or you won't learn. So thank you everybody for coming in. Really appreciate it. This is this is a little bit of a passion for me. I do like I didn't initially like doing the cooking, but I learned, and I do need to do it, and it really taught me something about a lot of different techniques. So I've really learned a few things recently. Got friends with fairies. Editing these videos, I'll have to figure it out. I've got several others I'd like to do too. I'm probably going to make 2 channels. One for this, and one for the cooking, and one for everything else. We'll see. I have to figure it out. In any case, let's go ahead and hit our wall of love and head on out tonight so everybody can go get something to eat because I'm sure you're hungry by now. So thank you everybody for coming in. And Carrot and Metnos, welcome in. Thank you for the follows. And Hanya, thank you for the sub. And Sen and Dio and Jindal, thank you for coming in tonight and helping out with the stream. Axel and Jindal as well. Thank you so much for the raids. I really glad to see everybody, and I hope y'all had a little bit of fun and maybe thought of an idea or two here and there. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Hopefully I'm still... Nope, I'm not logged in. Oh boy. Let's see. I can still hear those peanuts cracking. They're just popping over there. Let's see. All right. Well, not sure. Let's see. It's kind of quiet tonight. Wow, I can really hear those cracking and popping. I don't know if the microphone's picking it up or not. Huh. Well, I guess we'll go say hi to Fox. Pizza should almost be done. Yeah, you may not be able to. Alright, we're going to go raid Fox. Fox is working on Fortnite tonight. I don't really have anybody else that on my list tonight. I know there's some cons and things going on, so there's not going to be a lot of people on. If you've got my emotes, use them. If you don't, that's fine. You're welcome to cut and paste the message in the chat here. Let's see. I'll use the generic ones. You can get a copy here. I will be back. I will be back on Monday. We do occasionally do things in Discord as well. Sometimes we have show nights and maybe movie nights here and there occasionally. And sometimes I just chat with the community and play games in with everybody. So, you know, if you'd like to join, that's fine. Just let us know. We'll get a hold of you. So everybody have a great night tonight. We're going to head on over and say hi to Fox. Fox is working on follower-friendly version. Fox is working on Fortnite, I think. So we're going to head on over there. Or no, he's working on Sly 2. So we will see everybody later. Have a great night and have a great evening. Make something new for yourself. Bye now.